Hello, 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 and welcome back. Oh, it has been a 6 days since I last streamed. I do profusely apologize for that. I have my reasons. I hope you'll understand those. But yeah, no, last week ended up being a little bit more stressful than I was hoping for. In the end, I hope you guys can understand that. Ooh, come on. It's not that hard music. But there we go. Yeah, got all of that sorted. Okay, so yeah, just getting assignments done was the priority. That ended up taking a lot more out of me than I was expecting it to, and just other stuff kind of compounded into a situation where I thought it best that I took a break, and I think it was the best thing for me, because oh dear god, the weekend just been was a hell of a pleasant time. Yesterday was a great time as well, so taking those 3 days just to kind of recoup and get back into the swing of things was definitely necessary. So we're back at it again. Now you can see that this week we are moving on to the game dev stuff a lot more heavily. We've got the second game that I was going to start last week, but we're going to start it this week. We've got talk stuff. I promise to actually commit to all of these and actually have them for periods of time that's decent as well, because lo and behold, I don't have uni now for the next 2 weeks. So as compensation for the fact that I screwed up so badly last week with the streams, we have to this week. Now, I have my list of stuff I need to do on this. I need to actually finish writing the list inside the program so I can send this off. I'm going to probably send this off to the Git for me and my mate for this game after stream today, because there has been a lot of changes I've made that need to get pushed at some point. However, let's have a little look at the game, because I've been doing a bit of stuff off screen as well, here and there, and my friend has done a lot of awesome stuff with the UI. So we've got a cool few things to show off today, and then there's some other stuff that needs to be talked about. There's one bit of art that we're going to finish up today that I was working on, I think last stream and then also last night. And then there is one big change coming that I might show the template for, because this change I've decided is going to be the reason why this current update, which is the second to last one before I try and do a proper release of this on Steam, this update I have decided to push back, and it is purely so I can get a lot of assets related things done. I hope you guys understand. But so going to UI stuff, we have the changes here, which look pretty decent. I'm quite happy with them. There's obviously some stuff that'll need to get done over time, and just cleaning up like how this displays so it isn't, because I'll admit this is actually kind of hard to read at this point. But that's just how that goes. We've also got some slightly cleaned up UI stuff, but like this stuff needs to get tweaked up and finished up. And I have been doing a lot of background code. Like there's one bit of code, and I'm gonna see if I can show this. No. So, okay, it's going to be nearly impossible to show. I realize this now. Before, when damage was handled, how it would be is that when it dealt when damage was taken, it would switch a boolean, so you couldn't take damage again for a little bit of time. I think it was half a second, which it still is. But it would also then activate that cooldown in the same line of text. I believe that was actually under player scripts before. Yeah, here. There was a time source right here. I have removed that. Now you might ask, well, then how does the damage switch back? So this is something I decided yesterday because I was just kind of thinking about stuff and I saw a couple of issues that have been bugs that have been ever present. And I decided to take it into my own hands. So we have this code here now. So if the player can't take damage and the time source is not active, there is a cooldown here activated, where it will be for half a second, the player will not take damage. What does this mean? Well, you might have seen me using the pause menu a bit there. Why was I using the pause menu? Well, this is the cool part. I've made it that on the escape press, it activates the damage taking false. So it means as you're coming out of a pause menu, you have half a second of invulnerability. Now, this is something that I want to talk to because this is something I see in a lot of games. Why would I do that? Because technically speaking, doesn't that mean that I could pause the game every half second and be invulnerable? Sure. But that's kind of your argument right there. Do you really want to play the game in half second intervals? If you want to, that's fine. Go right ahead and exploit that. However, keep in mind, and this is the other aspect of this, that if you pause and unpause and then pause before that half second is up, it will not refresh that cooldown. It will still be ticking. Or it will still need to finish that ticking. So you need to give it that extra point. So yeah, you could make a program for it, but like again, that's kind of my argument. I'm fine with this. I think this is completely reasonable. Is it exploitable? Sure, I will agree with you on that, Roger. But it's also like, did you know in Warframe, if you're in a public lobby, using the escape menu ends the current animation you're doing. So for extremely long animations, say Necros' Shield of Shadows, his ultimate, you can start the animation for its initial cast, press escape and cancel the animation, or at least that's what it used to be like. And you'd be able to shave off like a solid maybe less than a second, maybe, or about a second, when you take into consideration the action time and all that. Now sure, that kind of matters in a fast-paced game, but it also is such a disjointing playstyle that it's not normally worth it to lose the fluidity. So yeah, it's something that I could definitely agree though. It does come under that exploitable range. But I don't, again, I think this is within the realm of this is okay. This is a safe thing. Now, what we're going to work on is the art assets today. Well, one art asset we're going to finish off. Don't worry, it is only a single frame that I need to finish with them. Which is Usagi-san. Because I have 3 of the 4 frames I want for it. But yeah, no, it's definitely a interesting change that is more for accessibility than anything else. And it sounds really weird, but yeah, it means that like if you're in a really oh shit situation, well, I mean, you could pause, sure, but like it's also, ironically enough, especially with the way the game's built at the moment, that it's actually ill-advisable because there are more benefits to taking damage than there are detriments with like the healing builds and the tank builds. On a glass cannon build, sure, there's an argument. Especially when we add the next character, which that is one of the things that's getting delayed. It's still going to be for the next for this current update, but it's going to be one of the reasons why the update's getting slowed down. Oh, hey, Max. How's it going? But yeah, so this was a change that I just tossed in that I thought would be good. And it means it can be used in a lot of different ways. Oh, yo, Max, you want to see the cool thing that arrived yesterday that I'm super happy about? You see, my cup finally arrived. The thing I ordered like last November. So, yeah, you saw the tweet, yeah. Good old Aura GX's waifu cup. I'm super, super happy. Ooh, I like that flavor. I'm trying the sample packs that I got with it at the moment. Trying to decide if there's any that I'm like, out of the 3, 4 that I got, I want to see them. But yeah, no, I'm super, super happy. But no, it's kind of, there's a lot of reasons I can't talk about here as well, but there's a lot of reasons I'm really happy to get this. What was this song? That song, yeah. All right, so I'm going to get to working back on this. Because I want to start rigging this up today. So, okay, let's pull up Paint and talk about today's list of things to do. But yeah, no, I was mentioning this earlier, Max, I don't know if you heard, I will be pushing to the Git later today. And I think if I do this, I've pulled the current one yesterday, so I've looked over the UI stuff. If you look at this change list, you'll see there is a lot kind of coming through. A lot of system overhauls and changes. There's a lot of things that still need to be finished. I still need to finish the echo, the weapon echo behavior, and all that. But actually, you know what? Let's show this thingy now. So I was talking about how everything's getting delayed because of a thing. So we'll show this and then I'll talk about what we're doing today. So this is the new character template. Create menu is currently progress being made. Sweet as. I might toss in some little bit more work towards the shrines and stuff like that so you can actually use that as a testing point. But here is the new default. This is I'm still tweaking it a bit. I'm not happy quite with the eyes, but this is the new default template for characters. And you can see there's a few different ones that I have in here that I can use. We have a floating one. And I have added in the animation, or the general animation of them. So if we go to default, you can see that they do still kind of have that movement that they used to, but it's slightly different. I've rounded out the characters, I've rounded out the face, I've tried to make them look a little bit more distinct and different, because cool, made the shrine spawner spawn crates. Oh, okay, yeah. And this is really hard to see. Way more chippy. Yeah, that was kind of my intention. I wanted to go a little bit more, which is a style that this isn't too dissimilar to a style I actually used to do back in, like, fucking high school, right? When I used to draw some stuff. And then chubby, just slightly bigger, chest area, really. You can see that, like, it's very minor stuff. It is just purely for reference, really. A lot of those defaults. Anyway, so I'm quite happy with that. So today we get Usagi-san is going to get drawn. Slash and so enemy spawn work. What do I mean by this? So at the moment we more or less we're pretty manual with how a lot of enemies are spawned. I want to improve this and I want to improve the logic. That's kind of basically the goals for today. So that's why we're gonna finish up with Usagi-san here, which I think I need to do. Is it this, then this, and then for this one, pull it down to like 100. But yeah. I was actually quite happy working on this last night because I just finished up one of the anime I was watching, which is The Wrong Way to Use Healing Magic, which is a really fun isekai that had me laughing quite out loud a lot while watching it. It was good. But yes, so again, that is why there's going to be now a delay on the current update that's being worked on, because I want all of the current characters and the ones that are getting worked on for the next update to be done with that overhaul, which means I'm also going to spend more time on icons and on cleanup and programming, because I'm not going to do the characters on screen. that is going to be all off-camera work, so we're going to still just be doing some light cleanup. One of the other reasons I wanted to push Max is I've started writing up in the things to do a slightly bit of a change to it. There's some more things I need to add to this, and I will add some like little divot notes of stuff if you'd be all good for working on and stuff like that. For example, next update, I know there's one that I wanted to write here, which is that, for example, full BGM added. Because I know you're working on some of that, so once you're content with the UI stuff, and if you look at any of the stuff and like the overall stuff or the next update that you want to kind of work on, as long as all the stuff in the current update's ticked off and you're happy with, yeah, go right ahead. Even if like just branch it off or something like that. Oh yeah, that's right. I'll put it in here. Did I want to... No, we probably don't want to do that for now, but I'm going to have... Okay, so what I've explained here, so I've talked about this before. When you level up, I'd like the idea of this is something I'm gonna probably toss together at some point as well, because I need to change how upgrades are pulled, sort of, which is sorry, my brain. It is going to be able to basically re-roll an option for you. When you're hovering over one, I want it so you can say like press R and it will re-roll that option if you have re-rolls available. But it will be singular re-rolls on each, like it'll be a single re-roll on the one that you're hovering over, not on all of them that you have. So it means that you can be a little bit more targeted, but it means re-rolls are less effective. So me giving them out a bit more willy-nilly feels more acceptable. So it means that that like there's one idea I had of like an item or something that is when you level up gain +1 reroll. So it means that you could bank them, or you could spend them constantly in trying to just like get more, get like targeted stuff a bit better. The reason why I'm not worried about the banish system specifically, that's why I've put that little star on the banish system. That one is going to probably cause more problems than it's going to solve this early on. I want to have it so we have, that's why I'm saying the full update, because by then we'll have another 4 weapons and 4 items going in at the very least. That is the intention for that. Da, 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 da. Okay, there we go. Sorry, I'm just double checking a few things. All right. So let's get back to this art. So I need to get this last frame done, and then we can put Usagi-san into the game, and we can continue working, because I think we were working on it last time with some of the enemy rework stuff, or if it wasn't last time, it was just kind of like over the last 2 weeks, right? I know it's been fairly recent. But we'll get Usagi-san in, which I'm super excited to just like have a second enemy type to work with. So how do I want to draw this? Probably needs to be a little bit further forward, a little bit further down. And this needs to kind of... So last night I worked on the other 2 frames. Again, let's take... Haha, show off. What do you mean show off? What am I showing off now? Oh, Max, I posted a thing in Discord earlier, and I think you'll get a chuckle out of it as well. It's about one of the recent Spider-Man shorts that I posted, and I genuinely, I'm still giggling about it. It's so funny to me. So to anyone that knows that, so I've gotten my shorts back and going and stuff like that. Oh, drawing to the side. Oh shit. Yeah, it's because I was looking at the chat over there and trying to like keep an eye on everything. So I mean, like, I'm looking over there right now. I was just doing the same thing, but I just happen to be taking a drink. Yeah, no, I realize now. Good on me. But yeah, no, so in one of the recent shorts, I made a joke at, well, I grabbed me making a joke at Spider-Man catching Mary Jane falling out of a building, or jumping out of a building, and someone just went like, no, not the Scorpion and Rhino one, yeah, it was Mary Jane trying to run away from, what's her name? Silver thing. The chick in charge of the mercenary group. The woman in charge of the mercenary group. I can't remember her name. But point is, so Mary Jane jumps off, expects Spider-Man to catch her. Spider-Man catches her, and they swing away. Now, I made a joke because he basically grabs her and then just like holds her like against him. Now, don't get me wrong. I know Spider-Man is stronger than any normal human being. He also has the ability to cling to walls. He's perfectly fine. But I also, the physics side of me goes, she had a jacket on. If he caught her like that, even if you hold her close, without like actually causing any damage, he grabs the jacket, she goes straight through it. And she keeps going. Right, that was my thought process, but like the person's just like, how dare you? No, Spider-Man's done this so often, he knows what he's doing. And I'm just like, are you seriously defending a fucking fictional character right now? From just a sheer shitpost. Good on you. I love it. So that was my first like little bit of salty hate stuff that I've genuinely gotten that made me just laugh. So thank you to that person. You genuinely brightened my day by defending a fucking fictitious character. And possibly like the stupidest argument I saw as well. Like it wasn't even that like they're wrong, it's just the way they made the argument was not someone that clearly understood what they watched. This is way too big comparative to the head. I think I need to lower the head a bit. I don't know. Again, I found it really funny to me. The idea of getting super upset at some random person on the internet, taking the mickey out of a fictitious character. Hey, I love Spider-Man as much as the next guy. Don't mean I'm gonna deny that comic book stories have weaknesses when it comes to comparative real life scenarios. And look, if you want to make a good debate about that, go right ahead. But as I said, like physics wise, she would be taking damage taking on damage to a person as it is because of the sheer amount of momentum. This is that whole Superman catches you from a great height argument, right? If he actually went and caught you before you hit the ground, you would be at such a speed that his arms, especially knowing that they're made of steel, would just cut through you. Why The Boys is actually such an appreciated series is because it doesn't mince those things. It is 100% like very clearly, oh, the Flash ran into someone. It's not, hey, how dare you, Flash? It's, oh, they got turned into actual, like, paste. As they should. Because realistically, the Flash is actually one of the scarier characters. Doesn't even Batman acknowledge that a few times? Like the fact that the Flash is just erratic, not fully predictable, and the powers that he has are actually quite hard to compensate and manage. I mean, it's one of those things of like, if I think about it more and more with DC, right, I would argue Flash is definitely one of the stronger super-powered characters. And I'd be willing to be corrected on that. Alright, like I'm not gonna be so, oh no, he is by definition the strongest. I'm just kind of suggesting that like he is a lot stronger than people kind of are willing to, I think, give him credit for. Did I not? See, okay. How do I want to position those eyes? Probably just like that, right? This is why I dislike this stuff. I'm not a good artist. One day. One day maybe I will be. Probably not. Okay, so realistically it's probably something like this. There we go. And then we grab this color and edit. Okay. So now So this one's horn looks the most off. These are the priorities, making sure the bunny looks nice. What do you think? I think that looks not too bad. It's not going to be going quite that fast, mind you, but... Alright, let's export this as a sprite sheet. I could make an argument of there needs to be darker shadow a little bit on the final one to compensate for the fact that it's so prevalent in the other ones. That I would accept as an argument. Okay, let's do that then. Like, the shadow just needs to be, in general, more aggressive on the final one. Yeah, I like that. Okay. And it's easy enough to come back and change this again if I must. Okay, and now... No, that's not what I want. It's edit image. It's having a weird moment. Image, import strip image. Uh, 64 by 64. Zero, zero. Convert. I think I need to change the tail on the first frame. I don't know, we'll see. SP enemy Sagi-san. Precise per frame for now. Okay. Enemy creation. No, we want enemy units. All right. We take this one. I'm just gonna do this. SP enemy Usagi-san. Usagi-san. And then so okay, I need to remember the values. So this is the base value, this is the increase per minute, this is the increase per level. So we want Usagi to feel like a bit more of an elite unit. So we're just going to increase the base a little bit. We're going to increase the level scaling and the per minute scaling. We're going to give it 1 base armor. And we're going to leave its damage the same, but we're also going to increase its speed. And its experience multiplier is going to be 2 base and increase by 1.5 per minute. So I'm going to change some of the stuff later. Actually, no, we're going to change this now. So we're going to bring these back to 1-1. I'm going to leave the speed like that. I'm going to pull its health down. Back to 7. Scaling like this. Because this is where we get to the stuff I wanted to change. So it's going to be slightly tankier because it's going to have 1 base armor and slightly faster. So I'm going to pull the damage down a little bit by base. So this is where enemy spawning is that script. So we're going to probably make another function. Okay, so I'm gonna actually close all windows so I can get this stuff done a little bit more targeted. So it's on 4 repeats. So for now we're gonna make it so how do I get time again? My time? It's in the enemy scripts. Controller minutes. It's equal or greater than 1. Or is that still an error? Oh, I did the operator the wrong way around. Yeah. So how do you random order an array? Array shuffle. I'm going to yoink this and turn this into an actual function. I can't do smart pointers in this, right? No, I don't think I can do a smart pointer. No. Okay, yeah, we can do that for now. But I think I'm gonna make some cleaner systems later, right? Yeah. So Just have it as index for the moment. Can you do with on a struct? Does that is that even useful? Is it variable struct exists? Is this the one that I want? I'm looking for if a variable exists inside of a struct. Checks if a variable exists within the given struct or not. Cool, thank you. So I need to enter the struct, which would be this variable. And then the stat. And this will return a boolean. If it is true, then I'm gonna make a change and I'm gonna make a modify. And I think modify is just gonna use change, but it's just gonna pull the variable first. Maybe. No, let's change it from change to modify. Right? No, we will do a separate function for this. Okay. We'll just use it as a parented function. Or like a cascading function, if that makes sense. Function that uses a function. So it's variable structure set. And then we just grab struct, the name, and the value. That's it. So, okay, explaining this function, because I think it's fairly simple, but hey, what it's going to do is, for example, I go, hey, I want to change the experience value of this enemy. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pass in the enemy's index. I'm going to pass through the name of the value I want to change as a string. So it would be typed out as like the base you get the point, right? It'd be typed out as that, and then I would change it to the value here. So that's what this is doing. This is first, however, checking, does that value even exist? The reason I'm doing this here is because it means that I can just lazily use this function a bit more with it being its own security net. Because if I was to, for example, so what I'm setting up for in this thing here is I'm going to go through the variables, and I'm just going to call it to do this for all of the stats. However, as a reminder, with enemy creation, all of these stats do exist, but what happens if for some reason they don't, or the value's null? Then I want to be able to work with that. Or there's several reasonings, but this is basically just a safety net. It means that less errors can possibly occur, which is always what you want to do with programming, right? Is you want to cause as little in the way of errors for yourself as possible. Readability and error proofing yourself, because realistically speaking, the only thing that actually goes wrong with a program is the user. Oh, all right. Because so what I was talking about, like the different function, I might not do it. I might just make it as a thing. I could make a function to get the variable a bit more cleanly. Nah, there's no point, because all it would be is a return of that, right? I mean, it would be able to have a security thing like this put in. Yeah, we'll do that then. So what we're actually about to do is going to be interesting. So we're going to do this. So instead of change, we're going to get enemy get struct stat. Index stat value. We don't care about value here. And what we're going to do is instead change it to get remove value and return this. So this gives me a security net of the same as this. In case I'm doing a lot of automation, this will be my little net underneath that catches me. Stops me from doing something absolutely stupid. Because what I will do is I'll use this one inside of the same thing here for the value, and then the modifying. And I can then like be able to make a global variable, for example. So we'll go to initializing the initialization script. Because I think I've got, yeah, enemy modifiers here. These are all the, I think is this base health? Yeah, I think this is like on top of the other modifiers. Damage, speed, spawn rate, all that. What I can add here, do I add it right now? We could. Is we can, modify the strength at which, the enemies scale per wave. So for now, we're just randomizing some stuff. We will probably change that in the future. We'll probably make like some sort of targeting of the randomization list. But for now, we've only got 2 enemies. So that's where this comes in. So it's just an array shuffle. So it means that we could get the slimes or the bunnies to begin with, or the Asagi-sans. Slimy or bunny, Slimy or Asagi-san is the starting enemy, and then the next one is the following. So what we'll do then is, so it will be enemy change struct stat index I stat. We're just going to do this for a moment. And for value, it's going to be in brackets I times fucking like what, 1 or 2? Do a 0.5 for now. 0.5 modifier, so it's actually a multiplication, and then we do enemy get, and then we do I, and then we do the same stat, and that will be what we do. And we do this for all of the stats that we are the base stats that we're going to modify, or all of the stats in general that we're going to modify for this. I think that's a reasonable approach. All right. So, is there going to be an easier way to do this? Nah, there's not. Well, okay, I lied. There's a slight easier way. So var underscore string equals, do this, and then we modify the string as we go. So it means I don't have to retype it constantly. I only need to type it once per thing. Sort of thing like this. I could make an array with all of the stats that I want to modify on this listed and do that, and then make a secondary for loop inside of this to loop through everything. That's probably the correct thing to do. Yeah, we'll do that instead. Okay. All right. So array stat changes. Oops. Array stat change. Don't want insert on. I hate that mode. Okay, so we want for the values getting modified. We want base health, health multiplier. Over time. Health multiplier per level. I'm not going to do it for armor. Armor should not scale because armor is very dangerous if we scale it. I think we can all agree armor and speed are the two that we do not scale with time because of how dangerous they would get if just left to kind of like their own devices. Or like a scale based on the difficulty, because it means that I have to take that into consideration when balancing an enemy. Whereas I feel that this is a lot more acceptable. Whoops. There. So that now should go through the list of everything, and it means I can pull in and out ones that I think shouldn't be tweaked. It doesn't give me a lot of control. It's extremely automated, but it's for now what we want. If I decide that I do want to change these sorts of things, give it a bit more of a targeted capacity, then we'll do that. Now, I want to stress, this actually means that the first enemy does not get modified. So this is where I want to point something out. This is going to equal 0 at the moment. So I'm going to actually make a ternary operator here. Actually, no, it's got to be, how am I doing this, actually? Ooh, this creates a, I didn't think about this for a moment. Oh, sorry, I didn't think about this. Let me think for a moment. That's what I meant to say. So I want it to improve by 0.5. Or get modified by 1.5. However, if I make... So I need to plus these brackets by 1. Okay, cool. So this means that it will, if it's 0, this is going to return 0, so then it's 1, so it times it by its base stats, so it doesn't change. If it is, this is true once, this is 0.5, so this is 1.5, so the value is 1.5. If we have a third enemy, sorry, then this is going to be 1, 1 plus 1 is 2, 2 times, yeah, and that's what we want. Cool. So now we have enemy initialization. as a thing. So we go here and we call it. And then on the alarm, I'm going to change it from that to, oh, we're going to change this, sorry. Well, we're going to remove the other one as well, but for var I equals 0, I is I wish I had the thing still. This value. I believe I can do this as well. I'm also going to just do that, make that more readable. Okay, so this is something I've learned about a little bit. So with this is what I'm doing is so this has always been an if check, but I never actually kind of think of it like an if check for some reason, because for loop is weird. What I'm doing here is that now it's basically whatever is the lowest value of these two is what it will stop at. So if we're at 0 minutes, but 2 enemies in the array, so 0 and 1, then we will only repeat this one time. If this is at 1 minute, then it will go to the thing of this. If this is at 2 minutes, this will not allow it to go any further. So it needs to meet both of these conditions. So it will always stop at the lowest value. So then we yoink this. And then we change this to I. And we change repeats to... for now, it can be this minus I. But we're going to change that later. In fact, I'm also going to add... Because I think I've actually got the modifying for the enemy spawning in here, right? The amount of repeats is, yeah, it's modified by time here. I might need to change this repeats code here away from this, but we'll see. So what this means, I want to see if this works. This should work. I don't think there's any clear error points. Malformed script, cool. I see the malform. But yeah, no, so outside of malform, I should say, there should be no... I think this should work. Admittedly, there's always room for it not to. So this means we could see Usagi-san straight away. We are not seeing anything. Okay. So that means the... Nice game diving. Thanks. I is less than or equal to for the minutes. Let's try that. Who works on the sprites, if you may ask? I do. Outside of the work my mate's done on the UI, I have been the and one or two sprites that are not even used at the moment. I think the dragon, for example, that isn't even in the game anymore, was made by someone else. So all of that's getting replaced. So, do enemies spawn now? Yes, and we see Slimy to begin with. So yeah, like animations, everything like that. That's why a lot of it's not great, I'll be honest. I am not a great artist anymore. I used to be when I was a lot younger. But, much better at programming than I am at art. So we want to try and get to 1 minute. So we can see if Usagi-san spawns. Oh, I should have taken reflection there. That'd also help. I also need to floor these numbers. I'll do that next. For sure, a great start at the very least. Thank you. That is actually really nice to hear. Okay, so Usagi-san should spawn. Hey, Usagi-sans! Oh, that's actually really nice. Holy shit, there's so many enemies right now. Okay, that is a lot more enemies than I was expecting to... Oh my god, there's so many. Shit. Okay. I mean, it's also more noticeable because the Usagi-san's faster, so while there's less of them spawning, we see them sooner. So I might need to reduce that spawn amount even more. Oh my god, there's so many of them. Kind of cool to see though. Do a bit of a screen wipe there. God, so many levels. Okay, so that is working a lot better. I'm liking that. I'm liking that a lot. And yeah, we're seeing variable numbers again because the rabbits have, the Usagi-san has 1 base armor, Slimy does not. So it does mean that there is a, you can see there's a clear difference because there's some that are like, some are taking 6, some are taking 7 at a time. Not gonna lie, this has actually really peaked up the difficulty, which I'm quite happy with, actually, because admittedly the difficulty was not doing so well before. But I do think it's peaked it a little too high too quickly. We're nearly at surround effect. Oh, did that straight up not be able to kill those, or did that not hit them correctly? Okay, reflection's a solid one. Probably want idle song just to give us a little bit more breathing room. This should hit almost maxed out. Forgotten Poem's gonna be really good for more EXP. Get an honest feathers, because that should start. Oh yeah, that's right, we haven't fixed that yet. Yeah. Object known as caster. Okay, yeah, we can fix that. That's easy enough. So there's 2 things I need to, or 3 things I need to fix. It's the health values need to be flawed because I don't want to really see percentages there anymore. And I think it just needs to be flawed for the player. I don't think it needs to be flawed behind the scenes. So we'll keep this as well around because I'm going to want to be able to read that later. So, what's the first one we're going to fix? We're going to fix the weapon. So I believe, would it be in here that I need to change it? Caster is not set. Anonymous feather. We're looking for anonymous feather over here. Here we are. O player. Caster equals thing. Line 533. This one. Yes, so caster is not set here. Because caster is not passed, right? Yeah, caster is not getting passed in this function. So just change that. Boom. That's fixed that issue. Next issue was enemy spawn amount. For now, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to have it minus I times 2. So this just means that for now, Usagi-san spawns half as often. Well, no, it changes from being 3 per thing to 2 per thing. So it should pull that number down a lot. We'll do some better adjustments for it later. It's just because of that enemy, the minute timer multiplier of enemy spawns, which is something that probably needs to be moved away from inside of the enemy spawning script to, well, I mean, arguably speaking, this could be the enemy spawning script now, this stuff here. So we take this script that's around the enemy spawning and move that into the thing. That could potentially be the case, or make it as another function, whatever. That's definitely an idea. I liked that one. I can't remember which one that was. Fuck. I think I can do this via process of elimination. All right. So that's those two. Then I was going to floor the numbers on the UI. It is not in here. It is in the scripts. And it's in this. So I think it's this one. Is what I need to change, right? Current health is string. No, so it's this one that I need to floor. Okay, to explain flooring to anyone that's wondering, floor is a simple function that basically goes, are you a percentage? Cool, go to 0. It will set it to the lowest full number. So what I mean by this is if it is 2.1, 2.5, 2.9, it will all equal just 2. It will just say 2. That is what we want. So it removes the decimal placing that we were seeing. Which I think will be nice, right? So there's a chance this could be a Sagi-san that we see first. Ah, it's slimy. Yep. So now you see it's whole numbers. But keep in mind that behind the scenes it is not whole numbers. And I think that is fine. Player doesn't need to see the smaller details. In this situation, it especially is what I would consider. However, there is one change I do want to make here, which is an if statement. Is greater than 0. There. So this means if the player does not have a shield, the shield stuff is just not shown. Cool. And this can be easily tweaked. because this is where Max is working, I'm going to make sure I add a note to explain why I've done what I've done. Cool. So that should clean up the things. I'm going to run the game a few times, run the things. Oh, there's one other thing I need to do while I remember it quickly. Give me a moment. I will check on it shortly. There's, so one thing I wanted to do was make it so when you quit a run, it gives you the end of run screen. Because currently it doesn't. So, if we just pick any character that doesn't have native shield values, so we'll just go Gura. No shield value things are shown. If we go out of the run and we go to Aura, which does get shields, we see shield value. Awesome. Okay. So I need to double check my logic for how I quit a game. I believe it's in here. Is it in here? Guess not. I would have thought, huh? Okay. I'm gonna be back in a quick second. We're gonna figure this out together though. Having to remember my old code. All right. And I'm back. Sorry about that. Okay, so we need to figure out where the fuck this gets done. Is it the game controller? No, not MISC, it's fucking controller main. This is where it is. So we just need to make this true. So it would be the step. It would be, no, it's create that I need to look at for this, right? Character select, options, shop, play, pause here. Quit to menu. For now, we're just going to do that. See if that works. Oh, the game takes so long to actually like boot up nowadays. It's kind of funny. Okay, so if we do this and we do run end. No, okay. Something else is interfering with it. That doesn't matter. Does it? Wait. Which one is it? Is it O, I believe, is the force player damage debug. I could go look, but doesn't matter. That's weird. Oh, that's what. This is actually very confusing. What is the difference between taking too much health? Because when you killed the Dullahan, it also showed that screen, no? I believe there's something in the controller that drastically says otherwise. It's not checking for anything other than that. Unless... There's a theory I might have. If it's the case, pressing it should be fine. We'll see. If we click on... Max, you forgot to create a buffer point again. I thought we had one. Is there not? I thought there was one for when you menu switch. Yeah, no, there's active delay. Alright. Giving him that to work with. I mean, I could go through and debug it, but I'm not gonna worry about it at the moment, especially knowing that don't want to overstep too much. I've already overstepped a little bit into the UI stuff and don't want to muck with Max's awesome work more than I already have. Outside of things that I know are kind of design decisions for me. So okay, sorry, I'm just double checking stuff, making sure everything's working as per usual. Yeah, no, that is working. Okay. All right. Okay, so what do I want to work on next? Because that was actually my main stuff for today, was getting Usagi-san in and the changes to enemy spawn rules. I mean, I could tweak the shrines to work with that as well. Probably should. We'll leave it for now. Not too fussed. Because I think also Max said he did some stuff with the shrines, right? That was the merge. I'm assuming it's probably on his end that he's got it. He hasn't pushed it through yet. Yeah, it's because he said that thing, so I have to be careful about touching shrines. So this needs to be changed to... This can still be repeat this many times. Hmm. I think we should make on the enemy spawning repeats. Okay, so we're gonna yoink this part. Because I feel like that shouldn't be there. There's already, like, I'm slowly wanting to move some of this stuff to other places. Because I want to be able to use this in more situations. So we're gonna move that to the controller. Do that there. Cool. If I do this, does this cause any problems here? Shouldn't do, right? But it means that in the O Shrine, how do I write the function for this again? Because I think I need to actually have some inputs for the function. Yeah, so I need element and index. and it is return. Right, the above code, the first creates a function that is an index as an input. Index is found using the array find index and stores in a temporary variable index. Variable will contain the value 5. Okay, so it should be... I need to return if true. So I need to return if element dot name is equal to slimy. And then repeats are 5. Okay. And then what did I... Shit, how did I push the thing before? Other shrine array. Wait, but it's not other, it is shrine array. Oh, I don't need to make this a temporary variable then. We could just do this. So now the shrines shouldn't break the way that they have been. But it does mean I need to go into the player scripts here. No, not player scripts, enemy scripts. And change this. To being part of this. And now I need to put in, if we put it as 0 by default, then we go here. If spawn location is equal to 0, do this shite. Else which means I need to move equals y equals spawn location 0 y equals spawn location 1. Since it's not a vector, I have to do it. For a moment, I was genuinely like, "Oh, I'll just write it as a vector, so I can actually pull the x as the y, the x as the x, and the y as the y." Instead, I was like, "No, I can't do that. That's not how this works." It's painful. Boom. Let's see how this works. We'll first see if normal spawning crashes. Second, we'll see if a shrine crashes. The important things, right? Oh, bloody hell. Okay. All right. Any day compiler. It's probably faster to just reset and try again. Because it clearly was just not building. Not correctly anyway. I mean, it's not too surprising. My computer is dying. do a good old cleanup. See if that helps. Yep, okay, that helped. I'm reading some of these and I'm actually kind of surprised. Interesting. Some of those things have been probably done ages ago, but you know how it is. Okay, so we might either see no enemies spawning or it crash. No, cool. Activate a shrine. What do we get? What? That's just returning the index. Oh, okay. So I need to do... Oh, this is a fucking mess. Alright. That? That should hopefully return it. It does mean if the situation ever occurs where slimy is a thing, it's gonna come out modified. There's an argument there. I mean, we can devalue it and then reset it if we must. Okay, so this means we need to find the shrine. Which is easier said than done. Because the shrine can spawn fucking anywhere. There we go. Okay, so this tells me two things. I need error prevention. Which is actually really simple. Okay, cool. That's the first thing done. Next thing. This is coming back as a fail. Why is this coming back as a fail? Capital S. Cool. Now hopefully it shouldn't fail. We will see. Gotta love crashes. Crashes tell you more than a non-crash does. Does this sort of thing. Words. Crashing tells me more about a problem than it not crashing. Sometimes you want to forcefully crash things just to get the fucking info. Cool. Awesome. Shrine works. Done. We're still yet to see Usagi-san as the first one. Now starting to question if it's even possible. It should be, because Array Shuffle should just reshuffle the list. It's just been incredibly unlucky. Basically, it's an argument of it's a 50-50 chance of one being the first one, one being the second one. Is it not? Do I not have... I should still have the thing up, right? No, I don't. Okay. That's struct set and that's array find index. So yeah, it's the stuff from before. So we're looking for array shuffle. This function returns a new... Oh, it returns! I did not realize. Okay, so let's be lazy then. And just do this, and that should fix it. I didn't realize it was a return, my bad. Would help to read, wouldn't it? I program, but I don't know how to read. Not a good sign. So now this means Usagi-san could be the first one. Let's try it a few times. First time, nice. These would, by the way, be like some of the worst ones to get. Because, like, if you got this and Harden, which I think is what we actually got, this is, like, impossible to kill. So we might remove the shuffling of the array for now. But we know that it works. We'll see about it. Maybe once we have a much larger cast of enemies, there's all sorts of reasonings. Or like I said before, I probably want to, and I might write this here. There we go. So we'll probably make a pseudo queue at some point to queue things up. So we'll do it that way. But for now, we'll leave it as an unshuffled list, so it means just Slimy's guaranteed to be the first one. Usagi-san is going to be there at the first minute marker. Cool. I like that. Oh. It is 2.5 hours of pretty solid work, I'd say. What else do I want to do? Is there anything else that I can think of right now? I mean, there's so much fucking art that needs to be done. The ongoing, ever present challenge of doing more art. I swear to God, it is by far the thing that like puts me off the most. And I'm not going to say I'm justified in it putting me off or anything like that. It is just a personal problem. But dear God, is it a problem? Oops. Sorry, it'll lag in the computer a moment there. No, there's no fucking way that's true. Keanu Reeves has been cast as Shadow for Sonic 3? Dude, if that's true, I am so fucking excited. Like, genuinely, that's fucking stupid. They've gotten some way too fucking good actors for that shit. It does not deserve to be doing as well as it is. Okay. I mean, I came in and did everything that I intended to do and more, so I'm pretty actually happy with what we've done so far. I do need to finish doing that, but that's going to be such a weird thing to work on. My brain's not quite wrapped around it. So what I was just thinking then is the what's it called again? The word. Word for it. Echo. The echo weapons. I need to finish doing that at some point because it's 2 weapons in particular. It's Akuma Umbrella and Iron Mike are the problem. Children of the litter. Oh, sorry. We also do need to go through and fix up the area modifiers on all of the weapons at some point to accommodate the stuff that we did and lazily added a solution via the global variable, which should not be the case because that global variable is supposed to be the modifiers, not the set modifier. Or like it's supposed to be what you can modify during a run or with meta progression, not the value that is modified by thing. But by whim when I need to change things. Because like these areas basically just need to be modified across the board. Which is all I'll do. Um. Hmm. Also, I believe it was Yarn Ball was being very disappointing as a weapon, and Hanabi also has some issues. So I might need to do some stuff about them. Outside of them, I think most of the weapons are working as intended now, right? With obvious visual improvements needing to be done, because surprisingly enough, Truck-kun is fucking horrendous still. Can we just show Truck-kun's art again? It is such a mistake. There you go, that's Truck-kun. I fucking hate it. I drew it inside of Game Maker for just being able to get it done, and I've never changed it. I need to change it. Oh. Okay, so there was one thing I was going to check. So how do I do iron mouses? I give it... I set it sprited it to that, right? Yeah. So we're going to make a value sprite. Then we're going to go to the EX thing, and we're going to draw to GUI. We can just use this for now. Is that what I want to do? I want to see how this draws, because I want to see if I need to do it as like a GUI draw end or something like that, because I want this to draw just over the top of everything. Bet you'll love seeing that disclaimer all the time. First thing you see loading into the games all the time. Okay, so this is the problem. I'm gonna have to save up for the EX all the time. We'll change the EX value in a sec. Actually, it will literally be faster to quit out of the game, change Iron Mouse's EX value to nothing, and do it that way. Stats, it's 80, right? Yeah, that one. So we'll turn this to just fucking 2. So it has a little bit of a delay point, so we're not accidentally just causing problems with ourselves. Though I believe this is one of the ones that's mana locked by design. This system shouldn't actually be too hard to set up finally, because I just need to, because I actually have the stats stuff for it. I just need to put the numbers into the places I want to put them into. Okay, so that doesn't work. Because I don't think this is the correct value. I think it's this stuff. View height. Also, we saw there that, yeah, so we're probably going to just push it to the end of draw GUI event. So it means it's drawing it as the last thing, so we can guarantee that this draws later than other things. Should work like that. Because what you want to do is, when you're drawing with this stuff, is the later it is drawn, the more closer to the screen it is, because you layer it on top. Whatever. No. That is not the correct sizing. Do I need to get, like... Is that what we needed? If this doesn't work, I need to move it to the end thing to test that out as well while I'm doing this. And yes, we're doing 0, because it's 0 on the GUI. So it does, if we try and modify it with the XY coordinates of the camera, it's going to just fly all over the place. It's not what we want. Cool. That works. So this should work. How I'm intending it to, anyway. Now we need to fix mouse's value. Whoops. I'm happy about that. That's nice, because that's one of those little quality of life things that's been nagging at me for a very long time. A visual representation of your abilities is very important, and that one's already like suffering from the fact that like nothing's really going on. It's supposed to, like, I want it to have a little bit of music go and play, and then also an animation for Iron Mouse to play. I want her to strum guitar. That's what the animation's supposed to be. Her on stage, her strum guitar, and like little bobbing up and down figures at the bottom to give the whole. I mean, isn't the alt literally just called like fucking yeah, Hellborn Rock? It's supposed to be her on the stage stuff. And yes, by the way, the EX is, I stand by this, her EX and her assists are the same. The difference is that her assists cooldown is way longer. It's 20 seconds longer, which is the point. Is her effect is one of the more potent ones in the game, because it's just kill everything and then, or kill everything on screen, then draw all EXP in. Blender break time, fair enough. What engine am I rocking? This is a good old Game Maker Studio, which is a really nice one for solo deving or small team deving, because it does a lot of the functionality for you. Automates a lot of processes, and it teaches you good object-oriented programming, which is always useful. Okay, so what else would there be to do? There's create the multiple zones and create a zone controller, or portals, I guess. Portal controller. Now those work, though it doesn't spawn modified versions. We could make like some stuff around that. But yeah, no, I mean, it's playing out well. There's still things that need to be handled. Vampire Survivors type game? Yes, indeed it is. Taking a lot of inspiration from Vampire Survivors and Soulstone Survivors are my two particular, like, big inspiration points. Absolutely adore those games. But also just kind of like that genre in general. I very much enjoy bullet heaven, sort of roguelike, whatever you want to call them. Is EXP too slow? Level 5 by 1 minute is seeming not great, and this is a character that generates additional EXP, so maybe EXP value needs to come up a bit. To be fair, EXP should rocket up a little bit now, because the second enemy type is spawning. good for a short while, but long runs are just tiring. I do agree with that. There's a level of if you hit the perfect stuff, you're like, oh well, this is kind of fun for a long run. But there's a reason why. So when I mentioned the Soulstone Survivors inspiration, that game always tickled my fancy for the fact that like it's a boss rush game. It's about killing a certain number of enemies. Then that spawns the boss. Then you kill the boss, and then you have to repeat that process, kill the set amount of bosses, and then that's how you actually end the run. So it's, in a sense, about time trialing, trying to finish the task faster. That is what this game's core gameplay loop is orientated towards. Currently, though, the bosses are disabled just to get testing done. That's not gonna that's gonna be the case for a little while now. But it is, yeah, it's about kill speed, really. Because I, in a sense, I agree, but I also, yeah, it's why I love those games. But want to hear some of your recent life stuff? Go ahead. I ain't gonna stop you. Horror slash weapon parent. Weapon parent. What could weapon parent be? What could weapon? Oh, that would be the secondary slash, right? I don't think I named the secondary slash. No, I do. Is it Rambit? Is Rambit's? Weapon named anything? Shield, collect experience, attack enemies. It is not. If I do other dot name, was that going to come back as? Yeah, no, that is there's a lot of the difficulty of that stuff. Content creation is not the easiest thing in the world, for a lot of reasons. I am ooh. The name is not set. Cool. Okay, so I don't have a thing for it. So we just call it Rambit for now. Now, and I'm just burning. Yeah, no, that's completely fair. It can be very rough. I mean, I've stuck with this channel all the way through. I've streamed for 2 years now, something like that. Everything is hard nowadays. That is true. I mean, it's the other thing is, and I want to stress this, is something I talked about in one of the shorts I did a little while back, talking about education, but it's actually very universal advice, is Shit's not for everyone, man. And it's okay. You shouldn't feel... Okay, if I do this... Yes, cool. You shouldn't feel bad for not enjoying or not being able to do something that other people do, because that sometimes just doesn't work. So what I mean by this is I think, yeah, the short's called like Are You Stupid? And it's me talking about my university experience or my previous degree, and how so many people... So in New Zealand, they recently, well, I say recently, in the last while, they introduced a system where your first year is free of fees. So you don't have to pay back to the government any of the courses you succeed on, which means a lot of people go to university more than before. And because of this, and there's also the stigma from family pushing, going like, no, you need to go to university. You don't need to go to university. It's not as useful as it used to be for a lot of jobs. And a lot of people consider themselves failures for not doing well, when sometimes it's just not the right place for them. Not jealous of and not even jealous of people. I just feel like everything I touch is gonna not be my thing. That happens. Yeah. Again, it's all about finding the right things to enjoy. Like, I enjoy programming. I don't mind streaming. I think it's fun from time to time. Well, I say time to time. At the moment, I stream like 4 or 5 days a week, and have been doing so for nearly 2 years basically. With only like 1 or 2 weeks off. In fact, I just came back from 6 days break because I was working on the current degree and I had to focus on assignments. And I don't mind the situation. I enjoy it a lot. So the music has seemed to have stopped. That's weird. Has the playlist run or something? No? There we go. But yeah, like I always tell people, because I have a friend that was considering game dev, and I said it's not that it's difficult per se, but it's also very passion based. It's the same with it's the same with content creation in general. Like, everything really is passion based, like that. Now I've got old destination that I had regained some new focus, game dev and IT. So I want to start fresh with future series, AI engineering, history of programming languages, different game engines, genres, game dev tutorial series. That's fair. I mean, in a sense, that's what this series is that I'm doing. It's like a loose sense of, it's a way for me to keep track of the work that I'm putting in. It's actually really useful because it means if I screw something up, I can normally go back on a VOD and see what I've done. And I like explaining things to people in layman terms. I mean, my first degree was an education degree, so I'm really good at teaching. And I've worked in the IT scene for a long time, and also the current degree I'm doing is an official software engineering one. So now I'll actually have qualifications that prove that the shit that I talk about, even though I have like 7 years experience in the workforce. Or that in a work environment of software. / hardware, I guess. But I mean, some of the shorts that I plan on doing in the near future are also talking about, like, should you get in game dev? And the answer is, try it. I can't tell you. You need to make that decision yourselves. It's a fucking great thing to get into, but it's also got some difficulties. My big difficulty is I suck at art. So I suffer massively from the fact that, like, this game would have been, like, not this update, but next update would have definitely have been done by now if I didn't have to worry about the art assets. And I will openly talk to the fact that, yeah, no, I just not great at art and it takes ages. That's one of the weaknesses I have, at least with the stuff. Feel like I really got balls that I watching it even. What do you think of my ones? Well, I mean, what? I do game dev and gameplay. I've reduced how much gameplay I'm doing just because my computer can't keep up with it. At the end of the day, I make content that I watch, right? Which is sick and monitor content, / mildly informative. It's, that's why I add the importance of... What is going on? Is the... Yeah, I think the track's finished, so I need to fucking reset it. There we go. And I do try and do my best with it. I'm not going to deny there's a lot of scuff that happens. I mean, just then is a great example. I've recently started multi-platform streaming. Now I'm streaming on Twitch and YouTube right now, in fact. That was my big branch out that I started last week. There's all sorts, right? And I took inspiration from the most inspirational people in my life, one of which is Pirate Software, right? Thor is an awesome person, and he really helped me continue doing game dev, keep going with it, and then also consider doing it on a streaming basis. Because like I was going like, oh, I could just do tutorial series. It's like, yeah, but what if I just show me programming the game and explain stuff as I go? Like if someone asks me, how do I do my movement, right? Like I can pull that up. How do I do my movement? Is it in controller still? I think it's in controller, right? Yeah, yeah. Right, and I can pull this up and I can explain it. Like I'll talk about how I do directional maths and magnitude, and that's how I calculate stuff, and then technically that's not even the player that's moving, it's everything else in the world. The enemies, the objects, everything else gets moved, not the player. And then the background gets moved accordingly, because it's actually easier on the software to, or like because of the way I do the game, to do this than to change the other stuff, because that's why the player's always in the center of the screen. And they're gonna be there anyway, regardless of how I do this, because I don't like the idea of dragging this shite around too much. It's not the style I want. I don't know, I'm pretty good at knowing what I want to do most of the time. I say that, I literally talked earlier about like I don't know what I want to work on right this moment. That's how it is. Because there's a lot of stuff I'm doing off stream for this. One of the things I talked about this morning was how I'm going to be redoing the character assets, because currently I don't like how much they look like holocure, because I do not want too clear of a comparison point between me and holocure. I don't feel that that's fair on me or them. And it's like, it's already going to happen because like I have Guru in here, right? Which is one of the characters that holocure has. But I also have other characters, and that's not a justification though. Yeah, her arm thing sways way too much. So I want to test with two things on this. Two things? I need to test Iron Mic, because I want to see how it actually appears and kind of functions when if I was to use it. So we're gonna look for that. I'm still in the mindset that the vids are greater than streams. Streams are just way too tiring. Honestly, yes. Right? So this is something that I will actually, again, content creation is very difficult. Specifically, streaming, and this is where I say what you will, right? It's an exhausting activity, because it's coming from that degree on teaching is a great example of this. It is a lot like a teacher, because what you're doing is you're trying to be engaging, especially for me. I'm trying to be engaging and educative, but also still make sure I'm ticking my boxes. I'm doing what I'm supposed to be doing. To be aware of the chat, to keep conversations going, stuff like that. It's not easy. And that's where I point at, there's another short I did talking about VTubers, and it ironically enough can be widely looked at content creators for that. For the fact that, shit's not free to do. Like, it takes time, it's a lot of work. I'm just lucky I've been always quite good at public speaking and all sorts of just stupid shit. So I'm decent at streaming. Decent. I like to think I'm decent at streaming. But it's not something for everyone. See, this is the issue with the flooring. I probably need to not floor because it's gonna make this look weird. Runs on a potato, decent graphics, free. Yes, I 100% agree with that. Godot's probably nowadays what I would recommend as the entry one, because like while Unity and Unreal are free to work in, if you want to monetize, they're not. But they are perfectly good for non-commercial products. I have to work in Unity and UE. UE 5 to be precise, or UE 5.1 I think it is now, or 5.2, for university. But dear God, yeah, no, my computer's not good with UE, right? And Godot's, I mean, it's a lot more lightweight. It's a very lightweight compiler. It doesn't mean you have to do a lot more yourself. And give it time and it will inflate, just like Game Maker. Game Maker is the same argument. Iron Mic, here we go. Okay, I need to... Damn it. Okay, we're just gonna redo this and we're gonna force level to try and get it. Try and avoid taking weapons, because we need a better shot of hitting the exact one we want. Demon Umbrella is also a valid one to test. was my coding language of choice. When I was doing it more, at the moment it's definitely probably closer to C++ and C#, but in the past I have used, I mixed languaged a lot back when I was just doing general other stuff, non-game development. Sorry, I'm just trying to make sure I find Iron Mike. What the fuck just happened? Interesting. Oh, I have to pick one here. Have I not seen Iron Mike? There we go. So, I don't know what's going on with this. Something's fucked up. But yeah, no, C++, C#, Python, Java, JavaScript, and HTML. Those were the ones I know I worked with before. Now, again, like Game Maker uses its own inbuilt GML, which is just a C++ under the hood. Right, so particle system, I think. Oh, okay. Again, that's why I like Game Maker, is because it actually has particle systems built in. Game Maker's a great one for like a team under like 5 people, but I do think Godot's probably the better option now. Just there's also an increasing amount of tutorialization around it, which is good. Okay, so I've proven that Iron Mike and Iron Mike and what's it called again? The Arkema Umbrella do not like the copying system, which I knew. I need to give them a duration if it's thing, and I need to make them create a new one. If it's a echo, it needs to be able to just deal its thing and leave. Right? So if we go to the scripts forum, so Iron Mike, so okay, and then Arkema Umbrella. Oh, this is gonna be such a weird code. Because I believe... I'll do animations with be more active mascot that will assist me in the series. TD's voice and even have his own like podcast. Have him clippy visual style. That seems like a fun idea. I mean, that's always the thing, right? It's like it's always find your sort of idea. Your sort of... It's all about, especially nowadays on the channel, on like a content creation side, it's like finding your niche, but also not foregoing who you are. Admittedly, yeah, that's why like I struggle, because obviously I'd like to do better, but you know, this is a hobby. I consider it a hobby. That's why it takes less priority than my current degree. Just on break at the moment, so it's fine. And yeah. I mean, this game, ironically, I would consider this game more important than my streams. History of gaming, and yeah, no, it's fair. I mean, hell, I've even considered doing all sorts of stuff for the channel. Like, I've even considered actually being a VTuber myself, but I know my computer wouldn't be able to handle it. If I ever get the laptop that I keep talking about, and be able to actually finally do external capture point, which is literally I just need the laptop for, because I have everything else I'd need, then yeah, no, I'll do something then, I guess. But until then, until that day, gotta deal with my fucking ugly mug. Though I did trim the beard recently, so I don't look too scruffy. So at this point in time, what needs to be done? So this is done. This is done. Yeah, so enemies is done. So this is all cool. I could do some of the work for the crates, I guess. Because do I work on Monarch or not? I'm not going to put in her running animation. I could put her into the game and do some basic art for her. Because I think her sprite's in the game? Yeah. Her idle sprite is. Well, of the old style. Lags hard when burning the VTube studio on it. Also, the laptop runs perfectly fine when... Yeah. Yeah. I really do want to get, because it's the problem is with something like VTube Studio, you want a non-integrated graphics, which a lot of laptops, well, no, laptops are starting to have more and more. But that's one of the big weaknesses, is it just really smashes a computer when you do that. And it's definitely an aim for me as well, because like my limitation on this computer is CPU. And before it comes up again, I do know how to handle hardware. I cannot upgrade it without basically having to just buy an entire new PC anyway. So This computer was made like 2016, 2017, and I've upgraded it already several times. It is at its maximum valid point that isn't just incremental changes for hundreds of dollars. Which I'm not going to do that. I think that's stupid. Someone tried to go, it's like, no, the same amount of cores, but point fucking 2G gigahertz is better. But no, it's not. Don't tell me that when it's like $300 US. To do set upgrade, yeah. It's silly as hell. Try to start adding that in yet. Maybe. Or just some poor so again my weakness is my GPU, sorry, my CPU. The problem is the upgrade to the CPU is what I mean, like it's extremely limited. I only have one upgrade option available based on the motherboard, and that upgrade is so minuscule for the cost, it's not worth it. So that means I need to upgrade the motherboard, which means I'll have to upgrade the PSU. And at that point in time, I have listed the stuff that probably costs about 60% of a new computer. I believe I'm running DDR4. I've got 32 gigs of RAM. RAM is not my problem. It is CPU. And I can prove that pretty concisely with that. Sonia, no. We're again, reminder, we're talking about a 7, 8-year-old computer. All right. The idea of SSD, to give an idea, I made this computer just when a game had come out and it was officially classified as the game that pushed the boundaries and you needed the top-end computer to do it. And I had the top-end computer at the time. And that was Witcher 3. My GPU is a 1070, and that's because that was I think the second newest GPU out at the time. And I stress that it's not a GPU problem. My GPU is perfectly fine. The 1070 still works really, really well. The incremental changes that they've made in GPUs do not justify getting a more expensive one for this computer. It is CPU single-handedly. I do need to replace it. And the slot type for the motherboard does not allow for anything. RX 5, yeah. Again, like, I know what I'm doing when it comes to hardware. This is the thing. People will go like, oh, why don't you upgrade it? You want to know the reason? I currently have, like, $2 in my fucking bank account. That's why. It's not for lack of trying. Can barely run the Final/Helldivers 2. I'm pretty sure I can run those games. Like, again, this is where I stress, like, all of the games I've played, even new ones, I can play, I just can't stream. And that immediately turns me off from playing a lot of games. Because, what was it? It was, the Warhammer 40k game that came out. Dark Tide or whatever. That came out. I can play that on my PC perfectly fine. I just can't stream that. Lecture them with $2. Yeah. I mean, I'm studying. I don't where is my money supposed to come from? And I am studying full time. Like, we're talking 40 hours a week at least. Last semester it was fucking 50 hours a week I was working on the degree alone. great times that was. I love being the only programmer in a group where you're supposed to have like 2 programmers at least. Had fucking 3 artists and 1 programmer, and it's like, woohoo! I gotta make a game in 6 weeks. Is it 6 weeks? I think it was about 6 weeks. Gotta make it from the ground up. Oh, I needed to do health regen. That's right, I needed to change how health regeneration works. Because currently it's per frame. Funds approved. I wish. Again, this game can't be monetized because of the legal stuff behind it. Just to keep myself safe. I can't make any money off of it in any way. I wish though. To be fair, like, this question... Isn't there, like... If we look at the actual VTubers, no, Juniper's just a tomboy. Iron Mouse is very not caring. Kayson's questionably gay. I don't know off the top of my head. I admittedly haven't watched a lot of her stuff recently. And Marta, which is going to be coming in also in this current update cycle, is well, she's a mother, but she does like her woman. And knowing the amount of fan art I've seen of some of them, you never know. Okay, so here is the healing. So we're going to change this to a function. Actual VTubers drama time. Yeah, that is the case. I mean, I have Vox in here, which immediately gets me a few raised eyebrows. That's why I'm having to change the title card, because I don't want to incorporate Niji Sanji as part of the logo anymore. Directions recent and since last year have not been exactly the best, so I don't want to use them as a kind of titleage. So I'm going to try and move away from some of the things. I mean, I've got independence in here anyway. Like, what is it? If I launch the game, I can actually see the list better. We've got like 4 independents. I say that, I'm pretty sure Mary is a corpo VTuber now, but he's literally, he owns the corpo. And I think Aura's in that category, yet she's technically corpo as well. She's a mascot, is what I'd call her. Come on, game, you can build. How am I going to handle the healing? I'm just gonna make a function, I think, for it. Instead of like having this weird thing, I'm just gonna make a heal function that does all the stuff for me. But let's see. So an independent, so we've got Hololive of Gura, we've got Independence / Other, which is Mary, which he has his own one, Junie, which is independent fully, I believe, Booby, which is kind of in this weird like middle ground thing, Aura, like I said, is a corpo, but she's a one-off corpo. I don't know what they're gonna ever do, but it's Opera GX is one. Got 2 for V Shoujo and 1 for Niji Sanji. And we have 1 in the queue for Idle Ian. We have another V Shoujo. We have another independent. And we have 2 independents? Wait, what's the list again? Yeah, no, it's 2 independents because Monarch's independent. Just forgot the Monarch for a second there, which is the one that's actually currently in the game. Go me. Okay, so we're gonna close this. And we're going to do function player heal. Okay, we do have a function for it, but why do we have a function? What is this used for? Yeah, no, I can change this. Okay. Yeah, so we'll change it from here. We'll use this as our foundation. So we go... grab all of this. Player scripts. So, first things first, we take this. Turn that into that. We live in a society. No. Antisocial. Well, get some VTuber friend, then I could be going up to this day and see where yeah, I mean, that's one thing that I do think's important to acknowledge is in the VTubing community, there is a lot of that sort of aspect to it. I do think that a lot of VTubers do misunderstand certain aspects though. Or just content creators in general, but like it is the, I mean, again, I have a video detailing a few of my thoughts on this stuff. There's a few things that I think are important to acknowledge. I do dislike how often I see on Twitter just like the whole like, here's my friend card, please send me a follow or a friend request thingy on Twitter and go from there. It's like, well, that doesn't fully work and you're not probably gonna attract the right kind of people. You need to be the ones to actively seek out said groupings and friendships. VTuber is different from inside. I will speak to what I have been listening to and heard from VTubers and my thoughts based on that stuff. It is not. The only difference with VTubing, in fact, I actually will call out VTubers on this. The only difference with VTubing is that they're actually more, they segregate themselves more than almost any other type of content creating. They're the ones that make themselves separate. which is, yeah, take that as you will. It's my genuine thought on the matter. I'm not going to say that it's 100% valid, but because what I mean by this is, like, most of the time I see VTubers looking for VTuber friends, whereas I see content creators, if they're searching for friend groups at a very similar capacity, they're not limiting it. And that's a stigmatism that I think is a mistake. I can get reasoning behind it. Like, obviously there's some aspect of, well, if they've got a their face on camera, maybe they're going to try and, like, say something to me about that and all that, which I feel I can understand that. Like, the whole point of VTubing is to be comfortable with how you appear. Reaching a lot of other sighting VTubers, nothing, poof, yeah. That's not too dissimilar from, again, content creators. Like, I've even gotten comments in my videos of, hey, do you want to collab or whatever? And trust more. I don't know if I agree with that. I'm the wrong person to ask because I do have a lot of trust issues, realistically. I come from a highly analytical standpoint, though, so it's not that I won't trust people, it's that I will not give them an opportunity to screw me over anymore. Last year was a really harsh moment for that. Really, really didn't help my paranoia that I already have. But that's how it is, right? Okay, so play heal now functions like this. So healing is now independent from a timed point, which is good. So now I need to change how that works. There's 2 items I need to change. Haven't stopped me from trusting others. I can't say I'm in the same situation, but I have other reasonings. We all have our things. What am I? So it's player heal. Okay, how does this work? Because so what is the cooldown in here? Cooldown is every 1 second. I love how it's called Iron Will still in the code. I forgot about that. But yeah, yeah, no, that's fair. That's a good way to summarize it. I mean, I can't speak to a lot of stuff, but like, there's a reason why, for example, I have contracts with certain people. It's just wiser to be smart about that. Smart about things, and not waste time. I believe this is working fully. Let's see. So in that amount for thing. Yep, no, it's increased now, and that's because the healing's higher. Cool. Alright. It's probably just a better system for doing healing, is just actually have it as a player heal. So what we need to do is we need to find all instances of this. Collabing with a VTuber as a face game streamer? Yeah, I'd be fine with it. I've got nothing wrong with that stuff. I'm hesitant with who I'd collab with, because I would probably not collab with anyone that's not someone either I know. Well, I mean, like, okay, my reasoning, right, for this aspect that I'm about to talk about is I've played games on stream with people I know, and that's kind of the point. I don't think I would collab with someone that I haven't talked to external to streaming for some period of time. That's probably the best way to think about it. Because if you're collabing for the sake of collabing, then that's not useful in my eyes. It's sure, like, could I do it with someone bigger? Yeah, but then that's exactly the point, is that I'm doing it with someone bigger because I want to do it with someone larger than me, so I can get some of their audience to come to me and leech off that. Whereas if I know them and talk with them and we just happen to go like, you know what, let's collab, then that's completely different, right? Because that's no longer aiming for the leeching as an aspect of it. That's a way of hanging out that just happens to also be streaming. And I'm not saying I would want to leech off anyone. Again, that's part of that whole, like, I don't collab with other streamers. But that's that aspect of it. How people should befriend others then? I can't give the perfect answer to that. I could come from an era where the idea of finding friends online is already still a bit of a foreign concept to me. And sure, I've found friends via Discord that live in like Europe or America or all sorts, and that's an extremely weird concept to me, but also I don't consider them as close as the friends I've made. Like, one of the friends I have that I knew since high school, he's the guy that works on this stuff with me. We've gone to Japan, we've slept in the same bed, we've experienced some of each other's worst moments in our lives. And I can't say that I could even come close to that with anyone that I've met online. And I'm not saying that people can't, I'm saying that I can't. So I'm not like great when it comes to making friends online. I do think reaching out, getting on a Discord call or in a Discord chat with them and that sort of stuff is exactly what you need to do. But I don't know. Darn you lucky. I mean, yes and no. I'm very thankful for my mate. He's very important to me. He's helped me out a lot in my life, and I've tried to help him out as best I can. I will never truly be able to give back what he's given to me, and I feel I can't say the same is on his end, but that's why, yeah, I value and cherish our friendship. It's just a sucky thing that we can't hang out as often as we'd like because timelines and all that sort of stuff. Sexual tendency, something good sometimes. Yeah, like there's levels to that. I mean, the concern I always have is, and again, this is maybe just because of my age and the era that I come from and just kind of the way I think, but like someone online has less obligation to tell you the truth than a person in real life. I've gotten really good at reading people, but I can only read so far from text. And then I can also only read so far when I'm hearing them speak. If they're willing to go on camera and talk with me like that, then I'm a bit more willing to, but I'm not going to ask someone to do that. Like especially if we were talking like VTubers, that's kind of the point, right? Is I would not ask that of someone if they don't feel comfortable with that. It's just an aspect to me of the less I can visualize and hear the person and all that sort of stuff, it makes it harder for me to trust them. Deep down, there's a level of that. It's because you can't get tone from text. Tone is not something that comes through very easily. So there's all sorts of aspects to that. And I want to stress at the end of the day, this is not like, oh, you should listen to what I'm saying right now because it's the correct thing. I will not in any capacity tell someone that what I believe is the correct thing. This is just how I think. In fact, there's a lot of arguments I make of, I know that this is me being over paranoid, but I mean, I'm supposed to be on medication for paranoia, like, surprisingly enough. Surprisingly enough, I have a lot of problems because of that. It's how it is. Alright, find all. Cool. Okay, so nothing goes through that value anymore, so we can actually just remove that from the initializer. Heal hold. Yeah, but that would probably be an ability, not actual healing. Because, so this is where I again speak to the game's structure. Think of Vampire Survivors. The idea is healing itself should be rare. At this point in time, there's a lot more sources that I'm quite happy with comparative to how much is in the game. That's why I've complained about the game is very tank orientated. But that's why, like, Iron Mouse's passive is regen because her weapon scales with healing done. So but that's where what's it, Kason, her passive comes in with that, right? To what you were just talking about. Kason's passive is, do we have it open still? Abilities. We're looking for Kason. This one. It's basically out of combat healing. Only out of combat healing. I do get your reasoning though. That is an interesting one. But I feel that that's a again, that would be a specific form of regen, not a overall rule, if that makes sense. I'd be down for it to be a specific item. But again, I don't want to add too much more healing for a little while. I've added way too much as it is. In fact, I think of the next 4 characters, do any of them have healing? Technically, no. There's one that has a res effect and then one that gains more max health. But there's no healing, I don't think. Oh, well, one of them does have healing, actually. But it's like healing after dealing damage to themselves. Because I think one of the characters' ults is they put themselves to 1 HP and then heal back up to 60% for their ultimate attack, their EX ability. But let's see, so I should see the healing tick in. Yeah. Because it's considered out of combat. And now I can take damage again. Stop taking damage and get the healing again. I also said I needed to change it from being a floor to a ceiling, don't I? Those values. Because floor makes it look weird when you have less than 1. Is it actually just ceiling that Game Maker uses for the term? Number functions. Game Maker. Is this it? Rounds it to the nearest integer. Rounds it up. Cool. It's this one. I think those are the only 2 that had the floor on them, right? Yep. Cool. There we go. Oops. Because yeah, we had what was it, a moment earlier where it was displaying as 0 HP, even though obviously there was like less than 1 health that the character had. Which is just really confusing when you see a little bit of green in the health bar still. God. Check under your keyboard. There's only cat hair underneath my keyboard, I'll have you know. I know that for damn certainty. I actually tried to clean it all up earlier. My desk needs a really solid dusting at some point. Oh god, now I'm just getting memory of what's it fucking the concert that Niji Sanji did, the any color one. That was, yeah, I'm gonna leave it at that. I'm not gonna actually speak to what I thought of that. Get more good old gang grit going. Demon blood, fuck yeah. Give me more sources of healing. Come on. More Kim Jal. I can dodge attacks. Oh god, that is... I mean, I wouldn't be against putting dodge chance, but I've got mixed feelings about it. I would definitely put conditional dodge chance stuff in. Something that I've always, like... Yeah, I've got mixed feelings about stuff with dodge in games. Ooh, shit, chair. Just because of, again, you don't... It sounds weird to say in a game that is actually like, well, RNG upgrades, but you don't... Leaving your game up to RNG isn't always the funnest experience. To be fair, right now I've hit what is considered the nuts. The only thing I can really think of is if I can get Reflection and Mothaholic. And like Anonymous Feather as well. Not Anonymous Feather, the poem one. Forgotten Poem, I think is what it's called. Again, this build is designed to be stupid. So if someone's gonna tell me this looks stupid, that's because it's possibly one of the strongest builds in the game at the moment. Light from the Depths, that's a really great one. So we save for Reflection and Poem, if we can. Just try and get that out of the pool. Crit chance, it's tempting. Just Sakura Storm, we get it to 7, we get the OP thing. Hey, we get 7. Now it's 2 of them. Now it's an AoE that just fucking ruins everything. One day we'll actually have icons for all the unique things. I wish. Yeah, no, more Satanic Resilience. Get a game idea about a class shooter similar to TF2. Go more into items, but mix it with a bit of equipables, customization. Yeah, it's an interesting one. I mean, that's what good Valorant has aspects of that as well, right? I do think Valorant's a very interestingly executed game. I've never played it myself, but it's definitely something I've popped my head in time to time to see what the community's going on. Which most of the time it's just a whole mess that's not worth popping your head in for. Yeah, sure, we'll grab some moth goop. Gotta get real used to that taking damage noise, huh? Hey, there's Forgotten Poem. Idle Song. So this begs the question, which one do we want more, Reflection or Mothaholic in this situation? I mean, both are great, right? That's actually an interesting one. What would I prefer? Because so Mothaholic is when it's at max thing, it gives scaling with your level at really small amounts, movement speed, cooldown reduction, and area, I believe. And Reflection gives a huge amount of movement speed and cooldown reduction when you kill stuff. When you've killed a certain amount of enemies. I guess, like, greed-wise, Mothaholic? But again, I don't think Mothaholic scaling's that great. I think it's a little too low in some regards, especially for what it is. Like 4 or 5 classes will be fine. I mean, like, that's the thing, is you don't want to overscope it, right? You always want to keep it kind of within a range of simplicity, because that's where you get, again, like, going to, as an example with like League of Legends and Valorant, like, they've got such a large cast of characters that it's really hard to keep up with it all. Let's say it will be Battlefield style, but with TF2 Soul. That'd be interesting. Okay, there's Reflection. Reflection's probably the correct answer for non-infinite scaling. The other one is the correct answer for infinite scaling. So we'll go with the infinite scaling one because it's probably really bad. So we are looking for, what is it again? It's Mothaholic. Just get more Forgotten Poem, fuck it. I love how, like, again, this is the fun part of this build. It will literally, I don't think it's possible for me to die at this point. In fact, the game is lagging. I'm guessing from the sheer amount spawned. That's interesting. It's also potentially the numeric that's being held as really high for the DOT. Whoa. 4 minutes and it's really starting to chug, huh? You know what? I will pick up Anonymous Feather in this situation. It's a good weapon. And it shouldn't break anymore, too. Good God, this is... okay. To be fair, the DOTs are probably also affecting it. Because that's a lot of processing that's going on for that. I wonder how much that is affecting it. I can, if I actually pause. Which tool is it again? Where is it? Fuck, what was it again? No, that's not what I wanted. No. Trying to remember what it is. Because there's a fucking thing. Where I can actually see. What is it called again? I'm actually really fucking confused. It might be a debug only thing. I think it's a debug tool. I'll have to run it in debug and see if I can force it. See what? There's a thing I can run in Game Maker to see what is using the resources. So I can basically try and figure out where this lag is occurring. Yeah, we're gonna just close that. Run in debug. No, wait for the current one to process. I'm sure it's debug option. Because there's no way I wouldn't have seen it by that point. Because if I go here, debugger, Windows, oh, fucking, come on. Profile. That's what I want. See? It was a debug tool. So down here, I can see what's using what percentage. So we're gonna turn it to step percent. So draw is currently the most expensive. That's not too surprising. Have to ignore some of the lag because it's just my computer struggling with doing the profile of the stream and everything. Add a rubber ducky? Maybe. I mean, one day I'm gonna add like way more shit. At the moment, the adding stuff is limited to characters at the moment. Because I've already added a few universal items and weapons. Abilities can't have any universal, neither can EXs or assists. But yeah, that's like what the fucking, was it Truckun and Yarn Ball and shit like that are. They're non-character specific additions to the game. Yeah, it's still just the UI draw that's taking a lot of resources. Wondering if potentially some functions might need to be moved to things. Like a rubber dug VTuber? No, that'd be funny. I mean, there's a fucking AI goddamn piece of paper one nowadays. I remember. I think it is an AI? I think it is. It's basically, it looks like your fucking generic lined page from your books back at school. Though most kids don't have books at school anymore. Oh, the weirdness. Now we have the strong circular storm. Upgrade lights from the depths a bit more. I need to heal. Just back away from the fight for a moment. Most kids don't have school at school, you know, that's true. That is actually true. It's a very interesting thought, it is. Especially studying that as that was happening. That was a great time. Still primarily the draw event that's taken the brunt, but it has trickled away from it. Oh, there's Mother Holic. Are we seeing any of the percentages really skyrocket up anymore at this point? Not really. Might as well use the EX here. Forgotten Poem's better. Because it's going to get me back to the thing again faster. But I wish I could lock. That's another one I might need to add is locking shop. Or maybe Scratch will be next. When I was growing up, I grew up with DOS computers. So, you know, I'm not the right person to speak. I remember one of my favorite games was playing Thomas the Tank Engine Pinball off a floppy disk. I remember the code to get to the files for that still. Pretty sure I could do it in my sleep. So, yeah, C++ is a fairly new thing still to me. The learning is too lenient. Oh god, no one needs to learn binary. I think like the only thing at the moment that even... You know, one thing I still can't get over is that kernel level, was it kernel level, like cheat detection is still allowed. I don't understand that. Just speaking of like really stupid low level things. Right, assembly code. I have written assembly code. I learned assembly code. Fuck y'all. Doesn't look like that was giving the slow to everything. Yeah, I don't know what that is about. So it was about now, which was when the lag was really setting in, right? Assembly code of the series, yeah, that's... yeah. God, now I'm just getting flashbacks. I will leak my memory all over the floor. That's about right. Good God. What's the item I'm looking for at this point? It was Satanic Resilience, right? Because we still don't actually have that. Don't even know if I need it. Oh, well, there it is. C C# script. I mean, it's very easy. C++, C#, there's a lot of memory leaks you can do with those programs. They're best defined as, I mean, it's like, versus a lot of other ones, programming languages are like guns, right? The stronger the language, the more damage you can deal, but also, the moment something goes wrong, the more, like, you can blow your fucking foot off. Instead of possibly put a hole in it. Like, C++ versus C#, it's basically, yeah, it's a pistol versus a fucking shotgun. Blow your bloody leg off more likely than, you would in other things. GML is great, because GML, like, it's like a pea shooter. If something really goes wrong, it's resolved pretty quickly. Spit on the road, yeah. Again, people don't understand what the fuck they're talking about most of the time, is the problem with that. C++ is RPG. I wouldn't call it an RPG. Not quite that bad. But it does have a lot of backfire potential, if you're being stupid. Kinda want ink sprayer if I can manage to hit that. Yeah, there's ink sprayer. You can blow yourself up with C++, or you can learn how to rocket jump. Yeah, I won't disagree with that. Moth goop. That'll be the final one. Then this is actually possibly one of the first runs without, like, force leveling that I'm actually going to fill up my slots. Oh, that game is chugging. So it's just, I believe, Moth, Goop, and the stat upgrades now. Oh, their deletion doesn't get pushed to the pause. I can fix that. Alright, all my stuff is max leveled. So now it's just stats. And I'm just healing so fucking aggressively. Because I'm just dealing so many instances of damage is the other thing, right? Do this for funny numbers. Oh. Seen some 30s in there. Let's go. So the draw event is becoming less step intensive, and I think that's a sign that something is taking up more steps. Is there like a bunch of tiny things somewhere maybe? No, I think it's actually relatively fine. All things considered. Like, I think my computer's slowing down, but I'm also, like, streaming. I mean, I could also toss this on. It's not gonna like this. There we go. Can see the average memory usage. So it's like 20, just shy of 23 now. It's increasing. It is increasing. Maxed out and cover the whole screen area. I mean, that's kind of why you get multi-holic, right? Multi-holic's increasing this, the area statistic. That's definitely going up. And FPS is, yeah, the FPS is tanked. Okay. I need to move the health cap point to a function. Like the heal function. I need to actually add it there because you can see it's going over slightly. Because I'm healing so much the game can't keep up with it. Cooldown is definitely breaking the game a bit. I'm hitting levels of cooldown reduction that are basically just making it infinite cycle out. Because you can see, like, with the Sakura Storm specifically, it is just a circle around me. Actually, the Idol song's probably one of the better examples. Look at that. There's like 4 or 5 of them on screen at any given time. Yeah, the FPS is tanking now. Holy shit. I want to know if I just end run, go to the restart. Ooh, okay, that's a bit of an interesting cleanup problem. If that all disappears, it'll be fine though. That's interesting. So I have a memory leak somewhere. What happens if we rerun? Because this does a lot of resetting. So I wonder if this fixes things. No, it does not. Interesting. We do have a permanent memory leak somewhere. All over the floor, yeah, it's about right. Okay. It's going up drastically right now. Interesting. Okay. There are some concerns with that. I'm gonna have to find out. System changes. Okay. Well, let's see. It's been 4.5 hours. So I'm going to call it there for today. We'll be coming back tomorrow, working on this, continuing. I need to go get something to eat because holy shit, I'm hungry as hell. Thank you so much for watching. You're awesome. Stay awesome. And I hope to see you again next time. Till then, bye-bye. Is it gonna... I told you to... Fine, I'll do it manually.